Dark Mage, and this is Evil Dojo, formerly Pound DRH. You can find us, let's see, over here on EFNet at Pound Evil Dojo. I'm gonna let everyone know we're live. Normally take the first 10 minutes of the broadcast or so to make coffee, get a sandwich, post on all the different social media forums because I've been too lazy to automate this shit, that we are indeed live. And tonight's gonna be a little bit different, a little bit the same. A lot of what I do normally, just with y'all. We're gonna watch some videos and talk shit about them. Yeah, some programming videos, some not programming videos, some videos on crypto, videos on NFTs, videos on Arch Linux. It's going to be a good time. We're going to listen to some music in the very beginning here, as we always do. So sit back, relax, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. It's Evil Dojo time.
Cause I'm sinning. I don't regret nothing cause I'm living. I be getting high every day, I can't quit it. I be getting drunk just to kill my nervous system. You be chatting at me but I really cannot hear it. They be making threats but I don't know how to fear it. I cannot stop with this nerdy dog rapping. Pistol toting while I compound, never catch me lacking. I'ma keep running this game, do not at me. I'ma keep spitting this flame till I'm happy. I
Hell yeah.
Stop with this nerdy dog rapping. Pistol toting while I compound, never catch me lacking. I'ma keep running this game, do not at me. I'ma keep spitting this flame till I'm happy.
What's happening, everyone? I knew I came in at just the right time. As someone said, reminded me recently, timing is everything. Welcome to Evil Dojo. As you can see in the glowing in the background, I have my Christmas lights back in. So Eraser can't say anything this time. Aha! Shout out to Eraser, currently our #1 patron. Shout out to Dingo for the $5 tip at the intro there. That was fucking awesome. One thing great about Streamlabs is that it goes directly into my PayPal, so I don't have to wait for like any particular payouts or anything like that. So as far as supporting me goes, Streamlabs highly preferred. Echo? Echo, echo, echo. Do we have echo? Is there echo? Testing 1 2 3. Is everything okay? Interesting. Where's the echo coming from? I certainly don't have anything open. Do I need to restart the stream? No, it's gone now, apparently. That's weird. Anyway, maybe it's because I had my door open. How do you say? These are wooden, this is a wood building, wood floors, echoes, wood. Actually, speaking of echoing, I know over at my grandma's crib, the Alexa in her bedroom has such good hearing. It can hear us from the other end of the house completely. I don't know. Y'all are debugging some weird audio stuff. So, it was on YouTube then? That's interesting. Maybe sometimes there, I don't know if y'all know anything about audio processing. I can't say I know like fucking anything, right? But I remember when doing research, there's these things like audio artifacts that can occur in encoding. And maybe there's a way to like consistently generate like an audio shadow or something like that. I can't speak to be smart in this department, but I think it's very interesting material. Audio encoding, file encoding. I was doing a whole bunch of weird stuff yesterday with encoding, decoding strings I was pulling down that was like an XML file. But the way that like LXML in Python handles shit is like weird. And I had to like omit the first line that like declared the type of encoding. I don't understand why, but it's like, all right, whatever. I remember doing are dealing with any new technology, even if it's like just a new fucking Python library, you're bound to run into hiccups and stuff like this. Man, I can hear my texting coming out real hard right now. But B-Rex was talking about this thing called Space Vim. He was really encouraging me to check it out. And I was rage blogging at him earlier about my experience in like a moment to moment live blog, and he was getting confused as to like why I was like mad, what was going on. And I was having to explain to him that it was like right out of the box, Space Vim breaks a lot of my default Vim config. And when I say my default, I mean my particular Vim configuration. But that's okay, because I have to break things up over time, because I realize that on a moment-to-moment basis, my patience like runs out real fast. But in the long haul, as it turns out, I actually have incredible patience and can stick with large projects for great lengths of time. You just have to deal with me exploding from a moment-to-moment basis. So, with that in mind, we're going to trash talk on some videos before we get started writing any code here. We might take like the first hour or so, just kind of go over some videos that I watched recently, and I want to be able to like spitball, kind of like do a Hasanabi style like React type video, or stream rather, where we can kind of laugh and critique and wonder in some cases about individual, how do you say, moments in different videos that I come across, because I keep up with the news. I try to Twitch commercial indeed, Eraser. There's gonna be 2 commercials every hour for non-subscribers, unless you have like a good ad blocker or some shit like that. 2 ads per hour. Yes, I specifically put on the gold chain so nobody could say anything. No. That's, first of all, back up a second. Eraser, if you check your Patreon, you'll see posts that I've been making from different, how do you say, of the different videos as they're uploaded. I didn't say live uncensored streams. The streams are uncensored live as it is, without me having to do anything and without you having to patron up. If you show up and you listen live, I don't think either YouTube or Twitch is good enough to be able to like live block DMCA content. But when the videos are uploaded on Twitch and YouTube, they are thrown through a whole network of processing, and any sort of sections that it can identify that use copyrighted music will usually be muted, and in some cases you may incur a copyright strike. So, to keep the streams running smooth and support me, if you want no commercials on Twitch, you'll have to subscribe on Twitch Prime, or subscribe on Twitch in general, or use an ad blocker. If you want undmca'd videos, then you should subscribe to Patreon, or watch me live in the moment. So, I want to do my own ads too. That's why I have this thing up in the top right, which may not be currently enumerating different things, but well, Dingo, the nice thing is if you already have Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime is free. And you can use your Twitch Prime to subscribe to a person on Twitch once per month. So if you already have Amazon Prime, it literally costs you nothing. And I'm sure that there's a ton of benefits that I'm not using, because for every given service that I have ever paid for, almost certainly I've never put any one service to its full potential use, except for maybe virtual private servers, in which case I can represent one of my favorite VPS companies, Vultr. I even had a blog post that I wrote recently, as in within the last month, 6 things you can do with a VPS plus a free $100 credit. You can find this on my dev2 page, which is at dev.2/therealdarkmage. I've actually had thousands of reads across the last few years. For anyone who's ever doubted my programming ability or my, realness or whatever, first of all, anyone can shitpost content, but if you're going to shitpost content, better to shitpost content that you actually know about, right? And things that you can actually speak to, like with on the fly without having to like script it or anything like that. I've been using Vultr longer than any other VPS provider, and they're fucking great. Super quick to spin up stuff. They even have an API that allows you to do things programmatically on the command line. They have a lot of modern distros. You can even upload your own distro. They have bare metal servers. They have cloud compute. I even think you can rent GPU servers now too for like a lot more money. But their cheapest VPS is something like $250 or $3 a month, and with $100 free, if you get a $3.50 a month server, that's over a year of free IRC that you can use without connecting from your home account and exposing your IP address and shit like that. So check that post out. I've got links here. I'll paste it in chat right now, actually. So if anyone wants $100 free, I just posted a link. That said, sure, free advertisement. But yeah, your boy got to get paid. And I've almost earned enough money in Vultr credits to actually get a payout too. With Vultr and Twitch, they do payouts in like increments of $100. So like if at the end of the month you haven't made $100, they won't pay you straight up. You have to like wait until the next month to make that potential payout. So it's kind of dumb, but I understand one reason they do it. But at the same time, this is kind of the problem that cryptocurrency in general is trying to address. It's expensive to move money in general for one reason or another, and there's a lot of different deep reaching reasons that I started to get into with my first my first employer who picked me up to do iOS development. There was a point where we were talking about like nature of the credit card network and all the different payment processors that gotta get paid in between you and the person that you're sending the money to. And it's just like, why is this the case? How is it that this is how it's been done for this long? That sort of question starts to arise, especially when you're someone like me and you don't know a fucking thing about the financial world in the beginning. So, you got to start somewhere, and it starts by asking questions. And that's what we do here at Evil Dojo. Speaking of crypto and NFTs, let's use that as a segue into our first video here. Y'all ever watch some dude named Penguin Zoe? I don't really know a lot about the guy, but he's kind of popular on YouTube and Twitch. He also goes by Moist Critical. It's like got a lot of long hair that I wish I kind of had because I'm bald as fuck. And he certainly has a beard that, I can certainly outgrow because I've outgrown even the beardest of beards that I've ever encountered in person. I was even in a beard off in a corporate environment with the CTO of the company. So, that if... I know that beard doesn't directly translate into technical skill, but at the same time, it's kind of fun to imagine. Now that said, let's dive into Penguin Zoe's take on NFTs recently.
Nothing makes people hate you faster than NFT shilling. If you wanted a speedrun getting canceled on Twitter, just tweet about your upcoming NFT drop. The Twitter mob will fucking blast you. I swear to God, if a video surfaced of you slapping and spitting on your grandmother and then a video of you promoting NFTs dropped on the same day, people would be more upset about the NFT promotion. Now, I fucking hate NFTs. I've made multiple videos shitting all over them. I think they're the goofiest thing in the world. But today I saw something that made me reconsider my position. And NFTs...
Now, before we get into that, I just want to actually say some real shit about NFTs, since the MIG meme on Twitter and the internet right now is all about like, oh my god, you like right click save on a GIF and you own it. That's really not the accurate representation of what people should be thinking about when they think about NFTs. realistically, there are actually real world applications for NFTs that technically minded people, such as Penguin Zoe, might not be aware about, such as property ownership. Things that might be difficult to otherwise secure, such as titles for cars and houses, could actually be represented in a blockchain environment securely without threat of theft or anything like this. And don't even begin to bring up my recent crypto theft myself, because what I was stolen from was actually stored in a shared liquidity pool, which is not the same thing as owning something in your own hard wallet. So that said, let's continue.
He's so great that I was honestly considering getting on OpenSea and getting a few of these bad boys. I'm talking about the Richards. That's right, our prayers have been answered. Richard Karn of Home Improvement fame, if you can even call it fame anymore since Home Improvement was like 70 years ago, is finally releasing NFTs. By golly, we're in the golden age now. Some precious, priceless Richards will be dropping pretty soon. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only one foaming at the mouth, hungry to get their hands on some Al Borland NFTs. I'll be like a goddamn goblin just hoarding all of my Richards together, making sure that they're safe and protected. But let me just break down this whole thing for you. This is the latest in shameless, low-effort celebrity NFTs. Over the last year or so, there's been a lot of celebrities that have been trying to capitalize off the rich idiots in the space. NFTs are non-fungible tokens. You've probably seen the big ones like Bored Ape Yacht Club and CryptoPunks. It's usually just really dog shit art, often stolen art that's peddled on OpenSea or any other NFT exchange, and people spend way too much money on it, hoping that they can make more money on it in the near future. And it's just been this hype train with no brakes, so these celebrities are hopping aboard the bandwagon and doing a terrible job at it. Recently, Stan Lee actually came back from the dead in order to promote an NFT, but instead all that happened is Stan Lee came back to the realm of the living just to get fucking ratioed on Twitter. They're parading Stan Lee's corpse around and using it like a fleshlight to fuck it with NFTs. Like, this is pretty much the perfect example for the NFT space right now. Vicious, greedy, disgusting, and just downright fucking silly. Obviously, it's beyond disrespectful to bring Stan Lee's legacy into all of this. I made a whole video talking about it, and there's a good reason why everyone was so upset, because it is just disrespectful. It's super, super dumb. But this is just one of many shameless NFT promotions, like the Richard Karn one that we're talking about today. But the difference here is Richard Karn's kind of just more of like a harmless, goofy one. I don't know how many diehard Al Borland fans are out there that are collecting Richard Karn memorabilia, like hanging over their fire.
Twitch isn't working? The relay? Interesting. It's going from IRC to Twitch though. Yeah, I can see that it's not going from Twitch to IRC. That's interesting. Maybe it's because I've got too many clients connected or some shit. I don't know. That we're gonna have to debug that. Well, sorry for the broken chat experience, guys. That pains me to see, especially after we are already live. Damn it. Well, I'm paying attention to both chats, so no worries. I am paying attention. Of course, everyone who is on YouTube could already not chat with us, so shout outs to YouTube.
Fireplace is, you know, a shitted in.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was about to talk about, was how, like, you do see a lot of celebrities shilling NFTs lately. I think, what is it, Jay-Z got, like, an image of one for his avatar or whatever. I talked about him at the beginning. COVID Bird, please pay attention and keep up.
Pair of Richard Karn's pants that he wore on the set of Home Improvement in season 2. I don't know like how many like real enthusiasts are out there for Al Borland, so I don't know if it's gonna go super well. But I just love the idea.
Eraser, I also had a little rant at the beginning of this thing about like how NFTs are actually useful. Also, please keep up.
Idea that celebrities are all going to start hopping on here and just treating NFTs like it's Instagram, where they take a picture of their face and mint it on the blockchain and sell it for thousands of dollars, and then they're shocked when it doesn't work. But anyway, let's take a look at the upcoming Richards. So going onto their site, you can see there's some bangers in store here. So you're definitely going to want to mark your calendar for this drop. Don't want to miss this. You got some I Don't Think So Tims, Tag Team, and Golfing Buddies. So it's a little more than most NFTs offer, admittedly. Like, you know, Richard Karn's going the extra mile. It's more than just dog shit art, which we don't even get to see, unfortunately. I'm sure there is going to
See, the JPEG thing, that what people don't get is that in this very early time of the NFT technology, people are using JPEGs as kind of like a proof of concept. Yeah, I mean, B-Rex is not too far off of the current state of NFTs. However, the practical application for what an NFT ultimately represents can be technically anything that proves ownership of some other thing, such as a title on your home or a car that you might own. I'm not sure what y'all are talking about, so I can't really comment to the audio. Do I need to like restart my my headset, maybe? I mean, there's something there. That's weird. I just muted the desktop audio. It'll probably go away, whatever it was, but at the same time, something with the setting is weird then. I'm trying to take a look here. A TV show. No, there is no radio playing. I have no idea what y'all are talking about. Is it actually in the stream? Weird. Well, anyway, enough of y'all interrupting the stream for audio issues that I have no idea about and I'm just now hearing about. Did that answer your question on NFTs, Eraser? Because the long and short of it is that anything that you need to be able to prove that you own is a great use case for it, because if you sign something with your private keys and you own your private keys, for instance in a hardware wallet, then you can prove that you have ownership of something on the blockchain. The end. Anyway, this video was just kind of dumb, but it was about like a dude from like fucking Home Improvement who has his own NFT, and as part of his NFT, you get to meet the dude in person or whatever. And Penguin Zoe, this guy, was commenting on how that's kind of lame, but it's also a little bit better than when Marvel dragged out Stan Lee's corpse to announce an NFT of a new diverse superhero. So let's move on to another shitty tech person and talk about everything that he's wrong about and why he sucks. Former Google, Facebook tech lead, I like that. If not, let me know and I'll have it taken care of. Oh, damn it. Damn it, damn it. Thanks. Yeah, this is why I don't fuck with anything live, because, yeah. Hold on. Oh, weird. Okay, I just see what happened. Yeah, when I disconnected my headset, it fucked up the audio. Great job. Let's see. Because I try to do everything through my headset, because I don't want to, create an audio feedback loop by playing something over the stereo speaker and then it coming back through the mic, obviously, right? But one of the problems with OBS on Linux is its device detection is kind of dog shit. Even though it says the current desktop audio device is my headset, I can see that it's not playing anything through it. But let's try again.
Or even 10x returns, usually they're...
Okay, now it's actually working. Okay. So anyway, long story short, blah, 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 top 10 predictions of crypto. Let's see.
Investments. And so there is more than ever in the pipeline, actually, much more than last year, for instance. And so if there was ever a year to go all in into the crypto Web3 industry, well, this year would be by far the best, because there's just so much stuff coming in. And in 2022, we're going to see these massive investments, $17 billion worth of investments come into fruition. And by the way, these VCs, they're not looking for 2x, 5x, or even 10x returns. Usually they're looking for 100x returns, which means that this industry could go totally mainstream next year, now that the foundations and infrastructure has been laid into place. In fact, Square Enix, the popular game company behind Final Fantasy, is pivoting completely into the metaverse in 2022, also stating that the basic and elemental technologies to enable blockchain games exist, and there has been an in societal literacy and acceptance of crypto assets. And so if you believe this narrative, then 2021 was only the practice round where everybody got themselves familiar with this whole blockchain stuff. 2022 is when things get real. And when you think about the potential risks that can derail this entire movement, COVID, Omicron, Well, people don't seem very afraid of Omicron anymore. I mean, people are just out there partying and everybody's getting COVID. I wouldn't recommend this, by the way.
I
I'm
hear
just
that,
staying home,
Chris.
but the
That little
economist
Chris
noted that
thing.
the spread of the Omicron variant
I
is
don't know
likely
what
to
that was.
curtail some growth in early 2022, but that the overall economic recovery is still likely to continue over the year. And so I would say that this will continue to be another bullish year for stocks, cryptos, and Web3. Now, we may be, I would say, a little bit of
Actually, one thing to note about the cadence of people like Tech Lead Dingo, as well as another one we can watch, Max Mayer, and another one, Graham Stephen, I believe. So in their videos, they're always talking like so rapidly, so quickly, with so much fervor, and they're obviously cutting the video in such a way that moment to moment, it just seems like they're constant. They're constantly talking. Is this a good thing? Maybe for the algorithm, maybe for the views, for information delivery. I'm not sure. Dudes like Ben Shapiro also operate in a similar fashion, and I can at times, but as you can kind of see, I break my statements up a bit. Sometimes I gotta pause between each breath. I don't got these giant noses that can just be able to breathe and just breathe. I wish I had a bigger nose. That'd be awesome. Maybe I can actually get some air into my brain.
overbought at this point. Perhaps there's so much hype. Eminem and Paris Hilton recently bought NFTs, so maybe we're due for a short correction, perhaps. But if you want to
So
just buy and hold, I would say maybe that's a pretty decent idea. Now let's get into my first prediction here. Cardano is not.
I currently do not spam cartel, but I have worked for corporate clients in the past under NDA, so I can't talk about which companies specifically. But I've always said that anyone's perfectly capable of taking a look at my resume, seeing the companies that I've already worked for, and then researching those companies' clients to see who I might have actually written code for. If you were to try and reverse engineer, whose corporate code bases I've actually laid my hands on, that might be one way about going about doing it.
It's not going to make it. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to make it. And the reason is that developers are becoming more important than ever to blockchain technology. Developers. This was the defining factor for the operating system wars between Windows and Mac, and it will pretty much transition right into blockchain, where Cardano simply does not have a strong developer ecosystem because their languages are too strange. They're using Haskell, a functional programming language that most developers aren't super familiar with. They're not compatible with EVM, the Ethereum virtual machines, so you
I will say one thing about Google, though, having interviewed with them 3 times now, 2013, 2015, and I want to say 2017 or 18, and all 3 times, the experience was virtually the same, just with different interviewers. They make you write code in Google Docs, and not only that, but they, as well as every fucking company that I've ever interviewed with, that's been like that, like Google or Apple or Facebook or one of those companies, almost always universally expects you to talk about what you're writing before you start writing it. And historically across my life, I write first, ask questions later. Is this a good thing? Not necessarily. However, it's the way my brain works. It's a lot easier for me to put code down on paper first before talking about what I've done. I don't know why. It's just easier for me to operate that way. And most companies don't seem to really jive with that, which may be why I've not progressed further in the interview process with a lot of different companies. But the fact of the matter is, every single one of them, if you get rejected, will not give you feedback on what you did or did not do wrong or right. It's been very inconvenient. I've interviewed with tons of companies. I've actually worked for a few. But that said, though, not everyone has the same interviewing practices. Technology and programming in general are still relatively new. And so there's a lot of room to grow as far as evolving processes and things like that. I have a lot of hope for the future, and this is one reason I kind of set about trying to do my own thing. So I think that, having been in the industry as long as I have, it's about time that, I try to do something from scratch myself, for myself, as opposed to for someone else. Because in the end, we're all trying to get a paycheck, but it's a question of how you go about getting that paycheck and what it is that you're doing with it and with your time. And if you're just giving your time to a company for a paycheck, I don't think that's necessarily the best way to go about doing it. I've been an independent freelance tutor for something like the last 6 years or so, dead fed.
You can't use like your MetaMask wallet with them. And despite the launch of their smart contracts with the Alonzo hard fork a few months ago,
I've also had varied success in bug bounties and hope to achieve more in 2022.
they still failed to deliver on a decentralized exchange. It's arguable that Cardano is a bigger scam than Tether itself, simply because they're riding so much on marketing hype. SundaySwap, the first DEX for Cardano, still is waiting to deploy because of scalability issues, and there continue to be bugs, and yet all the other Ethereum competitors are making so much headway already. And so in order to get these developers on board who are going to be crucial to building out the DeFi app and ecosystem, the games and NFTs for your blockchain, you really want to look for a blockchain that supports EVM. So what supports EVM? Well,
That's not true. That's not true. EVM is only one of many different potential blockchain solutions for smart contracts. Dude's just dick riding Ethereum along with everybody else in the fucking cryptoverse. And that said, though, he was right in saying that developers are going to be more important than ever to the Web3 DeFi universe, mostly because, situations like I went through the other day when a liquidity pool that I had staked some tokens in got fucking drained in an attack because of an improperly audited smart contract that actually the night before the attack happened, I was in the process of getting my first taste of smart contract reading and what the code was like. Teal 5 for Algorand is basically kind of like a machine code, like assembly language type experience based off of my first 5 minutes of reading it. And that gives me a lot of hope because it means that it's not going to be too difficult to really start to get a little bit deeper into the smart contract universe. General tips for tech interviews. Really brush up on like the problem with programming interviews is they really expect you to be able to bust out a lot of elementary stuff on the fly. Like, how often are modern devs working with like raw linked lists and having to like rewrite like sorting algorithms that they did in college, like all of the programming interview material stuff that I see out there is really focused on just going back over your entire computer science like curriculum from beginning to end and everything in between, with a very strong focus on data structures and algorithms. As far as an NDA, it's a non-disclosure agreement, which usually something that a company that has a lot of corporate secrets are going to make you sign in order to basically make sure that you can't, that you don't take them to court, they don't take you to court or whatever, because nobody wants to have to go through that shit. At the same time, usually signing one of these things will get you access to a lot of very interesting information on how stuff is done in the background in a company, how they kind of do things internally and things like that. So it kind of comes with pros and cons, and every developer should kind of, do their own research, take it with a grain of salt, and don't feel so pressured that you have to take the first offer. Now, if I could say there was one mistake I've made, is not lining up more offers and actually getting people to compete earlier in life rather than later. Worst place I've ever interviewed at would definitely be a non-programming job for sure, which I've also told people I've worked more jobs than anyone I've ever met, like more different positions before I even got into a professional software position. Um, One of the worst places I ever worked for was and this is a company I actually like their product, is Cutco Marketing. I used to that was one of my first jobs when I was like 18, and I sold their knives, quote, door to door, of which I didn't know anybody who could afford the knives, even though they were fucking great. Like, if I had the money, I would definitely stock those. But nobody I knew could actually afford them. And so the first month and only month that I worked there, I made one sale, which made me like $80. It was off of an $800 knife kit that my dad's ex-wife purchased from me. And I didn't make any other sales. Nobody else I knew could afford them. And so I moved on to another job working at a gas station.
Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Polygon Matic, Avalanche, Phantom, Harmony One, Polkadot, Kusama, Cosmos, Kronos, and so many other blockchains. And so
These motherfuckers are not talking about Algorand, though, and it pisses me off so bad. Max Mayer's not talking about it. Tech Lead's not talking about it. I've actually got raw experience with this blockchain myself, to the point where I've had money stolen from me, and I still believe in the technology. And I just can't believe that it's flying so under the radar that all of these huge, YouTube people, I say huge, he's only got 74,000 views, and it's been 2 days on this video. But like, nobody's paying attention to like real stuff that's happening. They're just like riding off of popular names in the media. And eventually it's going to come to the point where Algorand's going to be the popular name, and people are going to, start riding on that. And y'all wish y'all had gotten in early like I did. Yeah, Spam Cartel. Actually, when I first started tutoring 6 years ago or so, I was also delivering pizza for Domino's at the same time. I was not in a good place, and I had already gone through all of my corporate experience when I got to that point. It's more like I had to get back on my feet from the ground up after having already come so far and fallen so far. You live, you learn, and when I get the next big opportunity, I'm going to really hold on and stick with it. And if I knew anything about how I lost these other positions, I certainly wouldn't do the things that I did to lose them, whatever they were.
So more and more EVM is becoming that standard for which developers will be able to build once and support across all of these blockchains, which Cardano will not be a part of. Now, speaking of EVMs, that takes us to Crow, mainnet, Kronos. So this is the blockchain developed by Crypto.com, which I'm sure you've seen advertisements for. And if you want to check them out, you can use my link. There'll be a link in the description below where you can get some credit card from them, in which you can get up to 5% cash back. And it's actually...
Speaking of, Coinbase.com/ion/darkmage, I believe, is my link for cryptocurrency if you want to join up. Actually, it's on evildojo.com. If you go there, $10 free when you join Coinbase right there. So it's coinbase.com/join/darkmage. I actually have a Coinbase credit card, and you can get like money back in different Ethereum tokens, or Bitcoin, or a Dogecoin, or Ethereum itself. It's pretty cool.
Actually pretty cool. You can check it out. I have a crypto.com card here as well, which I can just get cash back for free on my purchases. So it's a great way to save some money. But crypto.com also developed out their Kronos chain, and I think that this is going to go big actually, because they're essentially competing with Binance Smart Chain. Like, I think they're making a play here to become the Western version of Binance, and their execution...
Yes, Spam. I did iOS fucking payment point of sales back when the card swipers, first became really popular. I worked for a company that was a competitor to a really popular card swiper, and the whole premise of the card swiper tech was centered around a hack in the audio port on the iPhone and the Android, and you could plug in the card swiper into the audio port, and it would actually read data through it. Not long after this, Apple disabled the audio port in their phones and got rid of it entirely, which totally wrote me off of Apple and iPhone for the rest of my life. Absolutely despise having to plug in extra peripherals. And I say this as I look at my laptop plugged in with a million different gadgets. Python's great. I've actually written Python that's being run by a certain department of government that does really basic stuff like parse XML files. I actually plan on doing Skillshare videos on more deeper Python topics and just basic stuff, like actually doing practical things such as, let's say you have an XML file and it's of a certain format and you need to parse it because you're looking for a particular section, or maybe you want to parse the whole thing. Why do you feel that way, DeadFed? That seems unreasonable. There's a lot to not like about Python too, I'm sure. And, when I first began picking up Python 3, yeah, sure, I was irritated that I had to now put parentheses around my print statement, but that's kind of a small, thing to neg about, especially when you actually get a real print function out of the whole bargain. Not to mention a lot of other benefits that I can't remember right now, but I started learning Python way after 3 came out, and my biggest beef in the very, very beginning was mostly just getting my tab settings correct in my Vim. Speaking of, we'll be doing some Space Vim later today. Anyway, I haven't really spoken on his predictions yet, but he talked about the EVM, and that's what kind of set me off. Was everyone's dick riding Ethereum because it's the one with smart contracts and it got there first, but there are other blockchains doing it for cheaper and better. And we need devs for these technologies in order to really make them pop off,
Execution is so much faster than Coinbase. Their marketing efforts are on point as well. More people know about crypto.com than Coinbase by now, and it seems Reddit totally loves crypto.com and completely hates Coinbase, so they've got popularity on their side. But the Kronos chain is essentially their version of Binance Smart Chain, very new, just recently launched. And if you check the liquidity on VVS Finance, for example, there's already $1.3 billion of liquidity.
Fact is, if you want to become a full stack dev, all you need to learn is a framework, and there's a million different ones, and it's all about what your own preference for syntax and language development is. If you want Python, then you might like Flask and Django for web development. I just like working with Python in general because I already know how to work around the ecosystem. If I had come at this from another universe, I might have been a Node.js developer, for instance. I've dabbled in it a little bit, but I can't sit down and write it like I can Python. Ruby is another universe. Actually, my initial Vim RC that I used for fucking a decade came from a dude who runs Destroy All Software, who is famous for his Watman talk, as well as making vlogcasts on Ruby and Ruby on Rails. Certainly, people who come from older technologies probably feel the same way, DeadFed. I can imagine, people started bitching and moaning when, C became a thing, and it's oh my god, you mean I have to unlearn Fortran and learn this new thing? Isn't it like this for any new, generational, changeover for technology, right?
Liquidity in there, which is absolute.
I like to bitch and moan about how I don't want to learn, Go and Swift and fucking, what's that other one? D, and what's that other one? Rust.
Massive. Now I think that's bigger than Polygon already. If you check QuickSwap liquidity at about 900 million currently, Kronos is growing just so fast. Even PancakeSwap has $6 billion of liquidity, which shows that Kronos can grow another maybe 6x if it were to match that size. And so Kronos is also partnering with Etherscan to build out Chronoscan, a new blockchain explorer for themselves. So they're really getting themselves set up. And speaking of which, we can also talk about the technology they're using, Cosmos. So Cosmos is something I recently started learning about, but you would be surprised how big they are actually. They're currently ranked 26 by market cap. But Cosmos is essentially an internet of blockchains that powers a whole bunch of other blockchains.
And not to mention, you guys, there are like Python 2 to 3 libraries that do and handle like mesh frameworks from handling code written in 2 to 3 and vice versa. So it's not like anyone has to use 3, but if you're going to learn something from scratch, I mean, Christ, it's 2022. What are you doing learning Python 2?
Chains like they power Binance Smart Chain, they power Kronos, they power Terra, OKX, KuCoin, Anchor Protocol, Mirror Protocol, and a bunch of other blockchains. So maybe a bit of an undiscovered gem, perhaps. Now, my next prediction is that I would say the NFT hype perhaps may be over. You know, as we mentioned with Eminem and Paris Hilton starting to get in on NFTs, maybe that's the peak. You know, once people realize that there's actually so much more you can do with NFTs. It's not just JPEGs. For example, Uniswap, liquidity.
Oh, it's cool to hear that you use Vue, Beef. I know that's what Hugh Board, shout outs to Hugh Board, uses over in Bird Nest. Vue.js is a popular front-end framework that is a great alternative to React. I say this because if I were to sit down and actually learn a new framework, I'd probably pick Vue as opposed to React or Angular. I haven't really sat down with Angular, but the first 5 minutes of React, I wanted to fucking throw up. I had to download hundreds of megabytes. You can see the pain in my face and my body as I say this. I'm having PTSD remembering the experience. It was fucking awful. I couldn't stand it. I was like, why do I need all these things? This is ridiculous. You know, I'm a very minimalistic person, ethically by nature, and I do not resonate well when a framework requires me to have lots of stuff that I don't know exactly what it is that it's doing. If I can't immediately dig into the thing and figure out like where the starting point is, and I'm having to be led down a fucking rabbit hole just to get to the place where the creator of the framework wants me to start, game over.
Many people don't realize this, but whenever you supply liquidity on an exchange, you get an NFT. And this NFT actually is far more valuable than a JPEG because it can represent the liquidity pairs that you're supplying into these exchanges, which represent actual value. So as people figure this out, they're going to realize that they want something actually backed by more value than perhaps art. Although,
yeah, because in the beginning, this NFT space is dominated by the art scene just because of its immediate application. If I create a painting and I only release that painting as an NFT, then you know, who owns the image, right? Like, the image might be sitting in my house. It might be hanging on my wall. The painting might be there, and I might be the one who made the painting. But as soon as I sell that NFT, the theoretical rights or ownership of that painting is transferred to the owner of the NFT. That said, that doesn't mean that I can't, like, as soon as you buy my NFT, take my painting and then burn it. But you know, it's a question more of like legally what rights are conferred with ownership of a thing. And you know, let's say you have a house, you have a house title, and you have the NFT for this house title. Storing the house as an NFT might actually be more secure because someone could break into your house and take your title, or break into your bank and take your title, or do something that I've heard of, title loan theft, where they steal your identity and then like are able to take your house that way. Being able to store it in a hardware wallet and then throw that wallet in a storage unit, and then that way if you need to go to court, you can prove that you own the thing because you have the hardware keys. Whereas, you know, something like a paper title can be forged, or, you know, otherwise things like this. That's not to say that there aren't potential attacks on hardware wallets, but I also think that at that point you're getting more into a computationally practical question of things. I mean, then it's a question of owning money and whether or not you actually own money and what the definition of money is. But that's also a question that I started to get into when I first became a security person. But we'll get into that later.
So, some JPEGs will continue to do well. I predict Solana will fade, similar to Cardano. They're not EVM compatible. And so maybe there was a lot of hype in 2021 when people didn't understand what these were good for, really. But I think other blockchains like Polygon or Avalanche may even overtake Ethereum. The fact is, I think that there's almost no development going on Ethereum right now because the gas fees are just way too high. And Ethereum, it seems to be very complicated. Vitalik Buterin, founder of Ethereum, posted this long thread.
Spam, I haven't really told you anything or I haven't. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you as far as development goes. I did iOS development. You work in Xcode. It's not much more to tell. You do wireframes in Interface Builder. If you have a MacBook, then it's a lot easier to kind of get started with that sort of thing. All I will say is that you end up having to download gigabytes worth of shit just to be able to run Xcode. It's kind of ridiculous.
Thread about how the Ethereum research team these days values simplicity much more because they didn't like his 12-dimensional hypercubes that he was proposing in the past. And so while Ethereum continues to try to scale itself out, and Ethereum 2.0, I believe, is not even going to solve the gas fees. You need sharding in order to solve that. And people are still coming up with what the sharding design is even going to look like. Meanwhile, Polygon and Avalanche already have completely functional deployed production solutions. And if you take a look at The Economist, they were talking about Avalanche even. Avalanche is starting to go mainstream. Proof of stake. Its latest incarnations are much faster than Bitcoin. Avalanche, a blockchain that uses the approach, processes thousands of transactions a second. Ethereum 2 probably isn't going to ship this year as well. Vitalik highlighted how back in 2015, he said they were going to get proof of stake and sharding. They still have not. There's no reason to expect them to ship that this year as well. There's an article here that 2022 will be the year of DeFi. For most people, they think that crypto is simply buying and selling Bitcoin. Dogecoin if they're risque. But really, after a while, you start wondering, who's creating the liquidity? Who are you trading against? And why do they provide liquidity? How does the whole system really work anyway? And then people start getting into learning about DeFi yields and liquidity fees, and they start exploring that and realize that they can make so much more from DeFi than through, say, some savings account in their bank. And this could also herald a departure from Ethereum with the high gas fees into blockchains like Avalanche or Polygon or Phantom in order to generate those yields. And who knows, maybe then people will realize that.
Or Algorand.
Certain cryptocurrencies like Dogecoin, which do not support DeFi, do not support smart contracts, they may realize that's not as interesting as those DeFi tokens which are EVM compatible. And so going back to Kronos blockchain,
not strictly EVM compatible either.
Crypto.com may finally introduce DeFi to the masses. This could be the year that DeFi goes mainstream. Meanwhile, leaving companies like Coinbase in the dust with their massively high fees.
One thing to note about Tech Lead's videos is how he cuts everything. It does kind of come off as like he is trying to eliminate the white space at the end of an audio track, and he's doing it on a per clip basis, and then he's stitching everything together, so it kind of seems like it's jumping from cut to cut in a very rapid succession to give the appearance that he's talking the whole time. But if you're paying close enough attention, you can actually catch how he cuts things, and it kind of comes off a little bit jittery.
He's announcing that only if you live in certain countries are you able to earn yield on your deposits, and
that fucking makes me mad though. Coinbase had a program that they were developing that was going to allow you to lend out USD coin for an additional gain back, and the US wouldn't allow it because it was classified as a security or something like that.
And then if you live in other countries, they're just going to pocket the yield that they would have given out to you? People are going to realize that eventually. The VR, metaverse, I think will probably fail, right? VR does not succeed. Nobody wants VR. The technology is not ready.
Octopus got a VR helmet though.
It's at least another 5 years out in the future. What people really mean by metaverse is not the virtual reality 3D stuff. It's more like metaphora.app. You can check that out. It's a Web3 social network that you can log in with your wallet, kind of like Twitter for blockchain. Pretty interesting concept. Check it out at metaphora.app. But the metaverse is really more about owning stuff, finally, online. Doesn't have to be virtual 3D stuff. And one reason I know crypto is going to continue to grow in 2022 is that the next step will be gamification, where the dopamine hits will just be too good to ignore. You know, this is essentially like a global slot machine casino where there's speculation, there's money, there's risk, there's reward, and there's going to be sparkly prizes, games, and really Farmville. Somebody's going to build Farmville for blockchain and it's going to take over everybody's minds. And so I think this will be the year of Web3, when it finally finds its footing, when all of the investments come into fruition. If you want to learn more about Web3, you can check out metaphor.app, the world...
No, don't check that out. Check out my channel. That said, though, he's not wrong, because I've already been thinking about how to integrate Algorand into the text RPG. Even though we are so far away from it even mattering, I've been just trying to think about really basic stuff that might actually be useful. But you don't want to force something in there if it's not useful, is the thing. And I'm not about to make everyone pay for like in-game items. Farmville, I don't understand why people like that game. I never played it myself, but I've played variants of it, like Weed Farm and stuff like that. So, you know, with this kind of, you know, thought in mind, going into the next video, let's just understand that, you know, this is the world that we're living in now, and we have to do something about it.
Planet, which is very cool if you think about it. What's the biggest thing? Humans are destroying the planet, which is very cool if you think about it. What's the biggest thing you've ever touched? A boat? Maybe a really big rock? Wrong, idiot. Look down at your disgusting feet. It's the planet. That's right, ding dong. And humans are allegedly destroying it. We keep talking about all the damage we're doing, but when is it actually going to happen? Nothing feels worse than stopping short of your full potential. If we really put our minds to it, we can destroy this planet, which would be the ultimate test of human strength.
Fucking man.
Welcome to the best show in the universe. I'm Maddox. Ever heard of the expression, give a person a deadline of a year and they'll take a year to finish it? Well, that applies to destroying our planet. For years, people have been allegedly destroying it, and with questionable results. Nothing will make humans get their act together faster than the destruction of our planet. So why don't we speed up that process and see what happens? If we can't survive ourselves, can we truly survive anything? Some of the greatest innovations we've ever achieved in humanity came about during times of war. Radar, jet engines, microwaves, and even the internet itself were developed during times of accelerated innovation due to necessity. Well, the internet has turned into sucktown garbage, and we no longer have supersonic commercial jets, so the time is now to do something about the destruction of our planet.
Fucking man. Let's go.
We need to put Mother Nature in its place with the ultimate form of disrespect. Complete planetary annihilation. It'll take a lot of work, but if we all pitch in, we can wreck Mother Earth. Here are some things you can do to help. Step 1. Buy local from another country. People who want to save the earth love telling everyone how to shop, what to buy, and how far they should go to get it. Well, it's time to tell these eco-Karens to shove it, because unless it comes from the other side of the planet, I'm not putting it in my body. Every grocery store has an imported food aisle, and some of that food comes from the other side of the planet. You'd go to the ends of the earth for your soulmate, so why not for your stomach? We want the best in our romantic lives, so why stop short when it comes to the dinner table? Support local farmers in another country. Step 2. Use more paper. With the popularity of email, the necessity for paper supplies has dropped drastically from the late 80s and early 90s. That means fewer trees are being chopped down for paper products, which means that lumberjacks are becoming endangered. Lumberjacks are an important part of the circle of life, in that they end it for trees. As I mentioned in my book, trees aren't even good at doing the one thing they're supposed to be good at doing, making oxygen. We can make oxygen way more efficiently using a chemical process. And what do trees do with sunlight? They make shade. And what grows in shade? Mold. Barf. Humans have ingenuity, and we can replace trees with aluminum poles with solar panels on top that produce energy for us and shade underneath where we can park our cars. And that's awesome. Step 3, litter. When you litter, someone has to pick it up, and picking it up is a job. So littering creates jobs. Without it, there would be no cleanup programs. For example, Team C's. YouTuber Mr. Beast and Mark Rober recently announced a cleanup program called Team C's, where they plan on raising...
Okay, I just want to rant about this for a minute because I really am disgusted by these people that come out of what appears from my perspective to be nowhere, and they're just like pretty faced white boys with beards who are all of a sudden popular for no reason, going around doing save the planet type shit like Team Seas. Is anyone else bothered by this?
Raising $30 million to help clean up the ocean.
And for every $1 you guys donate like this, one less pound of trash will be in the ocean.
That's a great initiative, and Team Seas couldn't exist without two things: money and trash for them to clean up. But if Team Seas cleans up all the trash, that would be the end of the initiative. So I've decided to do my part to help keep Team Seas going forever by dumping actual money directly into the ocean. In fact, I actually went to the ocean and did just that.
Wouldn't it be great if we kept Team Seas going forever? And the only way to do that is for every dollar you donate, I'm gonna take $1 and dump it right into the ocean.
If we put $1 real for every dollar you donate to Team Seas right back into the ocean, we can help keep Team Seas going forever. That's it for now. Until next time, I'm Maddox.
I like how fake it was at the end, though, where he's just throwing like $5 in ones. And I'm like, dude, you're trying to act like you're throwing money away, like on that scene and towards the end of Wolf of Wall Street, where he's throwing money off the yacht at the FBI agent. Come on, man. Like, you could do better than that. If you've never watched Maddox before, Beef, I've been a fan of him since I was like a teenager. His website, the best page in the universe, is still up last I checked, and definitely an inspiration for early form of Dark Mage. I think it's also very common for celebrities spam to do things for the environment as a form of self-publicity. You can't stop to think that if they were truly being 100% altruistic, do you need to advertise? That's the real question. I think if it was a truly viral initiative, he wouldn't be doing. Actually, I watched the episode of Simpsons the other day where there was like a thing on TV about save the whales and beached, oil something, and it was a really old episode of Simpsons. And Lisa's like, "Mom, can we go, clean the baby seals?" And the version of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Forget his name in the show. A bunch of other dudes were there. He doesn't have to advertise it for it to be viral. Oftentimes, viral things go viral just because of how popular they inherently become. Well, maybe that's what I'm pointing at, is that there was a certain attitude with regards to it, but like, it wasn't just the Team Seas thing. It was also the fact that he has some burger out that you can buy at a store. And I was like, wow, it's just like rappers who get their own chips. Everyone's got to get their own product somehow. But everyone does this, right? You get big enough on YouTube, you make your own t-shirts, you end up promoting some cause that you're fond of. It's the same story for everyone in a way. Interesting. Well, I mean, that shows how much I know about it. I'm just spitballing, I'm just going off of first impressions more than anything without digging too deeply. Thanks to kind of giving me a little bit more info on that, though. I don't think you should misread too much into what I'm saying, Spam. Point is, we have to destroy the planet. Yeah, see, at the end, he's going to catch his money. I'm not going to watch 20 minutes of Hasanabe reacting to Ben Shapiro being triggered. It's kind of meta, but they talk a lot about Florida here, and as someone from Florida, there are good parts and there are bad parts. The whole big chain of conversation here is more about like AOC went to Florida even though she's from New York. Even though she shit talks about Florida, she still went to Florida. Ben Shapiro rides off of this, trying to shit talk on her, and then Hasanabe shit talking on him for being a simp for AOC. But there's not really much I can say here that isn't covered by what Hasanabe reacts anyway. I try to pay attention to all sides of the political spectrum and try to have very measured opinions about things in general. But oftentimes when I react to things, sometimes for dramatic effect, sometimes in genuinely shocked or, appalled reaction, in the moment I might express a greater energy than is necessarily called for, but at the same time, it's just more about like trying to have fun with things, But let's listen to something fun.
Clap that, then it snap back, rack it, then it slap, bitch, stop it, ain't gon' start shit, and the slime that I rock with, super toxic, box him like the oxys, and we poppin', pull up with a stick, then you is a bitch and you can't get no click, you stay touching dick, fire it, gon' hit, now you is a piece, take you in from limb.
I'm talking chicken, they know I'm Robo, can't talk cause I'm in the throw pro Star Wars, I'm on solo, drugs heat, dressed in a polo, iced out, call me Frozo, rap on the Skrilla, say I'm a driller, walk in a party with all of my killers, run up, I stay in a villa, run up, I stay in a villa,
Run up, run up, run up, run up,
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hi, I am Rowan, aka Robo, and a few weeks ago I was getting interviewed by Channel 5, and now I'm all the way out in LA. To my first flight, that shit was scary as hell.
Like the Incredibles, we stay flexible. Super speed, then we invisible. Force feels black and person's individual. If you're not with it, the ops leave you critical. Homie said get off that shit and get spiritual. I was too busy eating ass like cereal. Run up the dough, throw it on hoes. Them ATMs that go by they
Clap that, then it snap back, rack it, then it slap, bitch, stop it, ain't gon' start shit, and the slime that I rock with, super toxic, box him like the oxys, and we poppin', pull up with a stick, then you is a bitch and you can't get no click, you stay touching dick, fire it, gon' hit, now you is a piece, take you limb from limb, I'm talking chicken, they know I'm Robo, can't talk cause I'm in the throw pro Star Wars, I'm on solo, drugs hit, dressed in a polo, iced out, call me Frozo, rap on the Skrilla, say I'm a driller, walk in a party with all of my killers, run up, I stay in a villa, Glock 945, it'll short kill ya, fuck your appendix, fuck my nemesis, you want some pussy boy but you not getting it, yes it is heat but only if I'm spitting it, only be famous if you stay consistent, making that beauty my mistress, even though beauty far distance, another day, that's another sin, throw my life into the garbage bin, those fake grills be created from 10, 3 sums, we go done once again, fucking up life, I just want it to end, bad little Barbie, I'm her little Ken, yes I'm her little Ken, bad little Barbie, I'm her little Ken, paying for 10s and we pull up in Benz, yes we pull up in Benz, and I stay with my friends. Whew. Couldn't breathe. You know I'ma pass it to Lil Zay though.
Hey. Zoom my skirt off cause I'm whipping that vet. Yo girl want me cause I do it the best. I'm in love with the money, I'm chasing them checks. Pleasing not Tesla, breaking them necks. Name's Lil Zay, here to get paid. Go in a bank and I make a deposit. Milli on milli, I'm stacking on a closet. Heat on the feet and you know I'm just stepping. Keep it on me, call them my weapon. With the homie, talking about Robo, you already know. He gon' flow, hold turn in the back and he hitting on the gas. With a bad bitch, slapping on the ass. Slapping on the ass, hitting on the gas. Slapping on the ass. Bitch, I rock polo, but I don't cap a lot. Going Super Saiyan, call me Lil Kakarot. Running with my slimes, nose finna runny. Pulling mad girls, looking real bummy. Big back up just for a little. Throw this shit to rowboat, cause we transmittal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we transmittal.
Hey.
Cause we transmittal. Damn. All that spitting got me out of breath now. I guess I'm gonna have to throw this shit back to Robo so he can kill it for the
Dude's
second time.
carrying a cloud sword.
See, our face better go, going slow-mo. Hit that bitch off the coco. Rolls Royce, maybe a Volvo. Bitch, I am real Coco. Making a bargain in Sobro, not really famous. Hurry, get the photo. Powered up, made me feel like a turbo. Rap now is sway so, making the pesos hot like those jalapenos on a verse. Send a band in my cash app, stacks of cash. On the app, I'ma bag that broke bitch. Sorry, can't give no cash back. Bags of cash in my app. Yo.
Yeah. So there's this beat contest in LRH, right? And I'm definitely gaming for that money. Here's the beat. This is actually by Beef Carver. Shout outs to Beef Carver here in the chat. Subscriber. Dude's got fucking beats. And I'm a beast and I need to eat. I'm in for a treat. Yeah. Shoutouts to everyone in EFNet, shoutouts to everyone in IRC. Bitch, I got no wops, no thoughts, no wops. Make your jaw drop, make your body lock. No wops, coming to this game like a fucking cop. Chemo in the rain, bring the fucking pain. Shit is blood stained, Glock to your brain. Never gonna stop flushing haters down the drain. Oh, criminally made, smoking green, then I fade. Hustle for this fucking pay every single fucking day. Pewter is not gay, he is 100% straight. Not a fucking question that I might throw in his face. Oh shit, now it's time to fucking tiptoe. Wanna show me love, then show me fucking crypto. I need that loot, wanna show the bitches know. Crypt on my dick, in a Lambo. Tetragrammaton when I'm stoned in my home. That's all I got, what more do you need to know? Little white boy, got a lot of time for code. We flipping code into money and I got no ops, no operations, no thoughts, no memory, no robs, no telemetry, no ops, no odds, no operations, no knots, no memory, no robs, no telemetry, no ops. So that's what I got so far. I'm not really dissing or anti-dissing. I got one little line about pooter in there. But ultimately, this is kind of how I do my rap thing. I usually write shit up in Sublime Text, and then I load up my shit, and then I record. But I do have to do a bit more writing, and then I actually have to load the shit up into a DAW or Audacity or some shit, and then throw some effects over it after I record my vocals. Unfortunately, I've never had a great room to actually record vocals. There used to be a place here in town called Mellow Mind Studios. Shout outs to Mellow Mind if they are still around. I actually used to work with the guy who ran that place when I was working in a call center, and we did a rap. It's on my SoundCloud. It's an old one. It's one that most people haven't really heard, and I don't have the best bars on it, but I at least went over to his crib, chilled out, and we dropped something new back when we did this. This was Mob Zuno, Beat Dark Mage Intellecti, Fire Fresh as of 2016.
Turn away from your sin. Turn away from your sin. Turn away from your sin. Turn away from your sorrow. Let me borrow. Let me borrow. Let me borrow.
parade of mass brigades with hand grenades. Prepare for massive change, can get down or stand afraid. I plan to make attacks a day advance while I'm maxing blaze. Usually pass my day smoking on some massive haze and plan to stay the same until the day come I pass away. Now who dare stand and say they have the game to match my play? Move at a faster pace, grab the mic and stab your face. Slash all trace of life from you, back away. Gas your place and light a fuse, ash away. Turn up, burnt up, what up, what up, what? Lyrical murder, what up, bruh? One time for my lyrical bros, spitting it cold or we're kicking the blows. Yo, yo, cause everything that I do is dope, and everything that I say is quotes. Yo.
Got an ill vibe, so I smoke a lot of cannabis. My THC tolerance so high, most of y'all can't handle this. Do my own thing autonomously, no need for managers. NSA spy drones, feds, cops, narcs, or CIA handlers. I'm filling up my jet, I like to cruise on sandwiches. Extract the energy so I can produce my maximum damage, bitch. Everything in the universe, I'm all that and a bag of chips. Grind you into dust so I can rail upon some sand of witch. I'm dropping these bombs, I'm about to go nuclear. Wipe the chessboard so I can see with a view clear. Ride to the top, dangerous so I move with the stealth. Motivation, greed, but my money into mental health. Coming up my vibe, I got the waves of a mason. Time travel the universe and make the singularity hasten. Lord of the games, that scripts is impressive creations that I listen to on my couch on vacation from the PlayStation.
Yes, my audio is gone. Thank you. As we discovered recently, the chat relay got broke by ASCIIs, so we're gonna have to figure something out there. I'm gonna disconnect it and then reconnect it. Hopefully, I don't expose anything that I shouldn't expose. We went on for an hour and a half, just about. Chilling, having a good time. Let's see. What's next? Dead air. I need to take my allergy medicines. That's what I need to do. I can feel my nose clogging. Yeah. Over the counter. Don't worry, y'all. So, I think Bird Nest might be live now. Let's check in on him. He is indeed now live. Let's go pop in on our good friend Hugh Board.
if you want some tips on how to report Maxi, quite happy to help you out. So let's go through our list here. And
oh, what? I can't like I can't drop it. The fucking
so that's what I just want to
stream quality. That's lame. I don't want to have to be forced to stream in 720p if I don't want to. That's kind of lame.
Right.
So now I'm on top of your stream, Jewbird. What now? Ain't that some shit? And it looks like his stream shit is getting wrecked by
which one's the series? I think that's later. Yeah, the Tale of Mobility Power. This is
getting wrecked by the Twitch chat is getting fucking owned.
Hopefully you can read the scroll. Great. Shoutouts to HGC there for the Tale of Mobility Power. Like it a lot. And yeah.
So
now you know how I feel each week when I have to pick a winner. It's terrible. Terrible decision to make. So if you've ever seen this one, it's the Class A racism amplifier.
He's just going through a bunch of different things right now.
Classic ASCII. Damn, we got a thing.
Dingo paid $1 to not be dosed by Salt Gang. Dingo donated $50. Nice stream.
Alright, so well, thanks for that $50. Dingo. Okay, $1. Almost has
Let's see.
And Sperm Powers. Again, shouts to HGC for this Great Power spin-off. Classic. How can you not get a laugh out of that? And we also have a yeah, the Dark Mage spin. We're sitting on top of an anime character poster. So
oh Jesus!
All the more brilliant. Thank you HGC for these wonderful ASCIIs. Good laughs. Also by Cheese.
He's not paying attention, so whatever. We'll come back to him later. No big deal. How's everyone hanging in there, though? We watched a bunch of random videos. I thought Jewbird wanted to cross streams, but he's doing his thing right now. I think it's time for me to do my thing. So, B-Rex actually introduced me to Space Vim earlier. Check it out. Looks nice. Color scheme is okay. I can deal with it for right now. Don't ask me to tell what's green and red, though. I think this is red and this is green. Most everything feels like it works. There's a little bit of a weird thing with going up and down on the keypad, as well as exactly when I can successfully delete multiple lines. If I'm navigating up, I have to like press, if I'm like going down and I press D to go up, I have to press it like twice. It's kind of weird. And then if I like, there's like a delay. Yeah, it's like I don't have to press it twice. It's like a delay on the first key press. But most everything in general feels like it works. I want to try doing stuff in it for a while and kind of get a feel for my user experience and kind of how things go. Maybe HughBoard will pay attention to his messages and see if we hit message him. Space BF. I don't want to do that, dude. Come on. You gotta tell me what I'm doing first before I do it. Don't act like I'm not going to take a look at what your recommendations are. BF. Let's just see what happens. No change necessary. Cool. Well, I mean, it didn't do anything, so that's nice. Maybe it's because I'm already so elite at formatting my own code that I already conform to its standards. What did I do before? You know, in between last stream and now, what have I done? I'll show you. I probably don't have a formatter installed. That is correct. We have an options menu now, and we are ready to actually start putting stuff in there, and possibly being able to actually switch out without having to kill the program every single time. Originally, last time I was messing around with trying to get it to go back to the title screen once you die, but there were some interesting things I discovered about the code format as it is currently, and decided to back out of that change at the last minute, because ultimately what I was aiming for in the first place was Vim movement, which we now have left hand and right hand Vim mode. In a very basic sense. And so one of the things I could do this stream is update it so that you can do open. Now, one question is whether or not I want to have both left and right hand Vim mode enabled at the same time, but currently both are. So if you wanted to move left, or rather in this case, let's say you want to move down, you would press S, because left hand mode would be ASDF. So left, down, up, right. So if you hit S, you move down, then you hit comma, then you can use the arrow keys on the arrow keys to navigate that, and then we can hit down using S again, but first we're going to equip our sword in the right hand, and then I'm being attacked by Jesus, and I only have 1 HP. It's not good. So actually, as a result of left hand mode Vim, I had to disable the debug panel. So hit S to go down. Dark may kill Jesus. Nice. ASDF left, down, up, right, and then RT for up, left, up, right, and then CV for down, left, down, right. Similarly for right hand mode, which I can't do personally because of my right hand, but anyone who actually is right-handed can do JKL semicolon, which is left, down, up. Or it's actually, I believe that is left, down, up, right. Or actually, I think it's left, up, down, right. So it's, you know, mirrored. But then you have YU for up, left, up, right, and then BN for down, left, down, right. So if you're right-handed, you can just, you know, have your right hand on your keyboard and just play the game entirely right-handed if you want to. And ideally, the name of the game that I was aiming for with this whole thought process was that, wouldn't it be nice if you could play this game entirely one-handed? You know? Kind of like the whole thing that I was going with Jubird's ASCII bird when I asked for him to put in arrow key movement in the first place, was that I wanted to be able to create ASCIIs without using the mouse. And he actually built that support in there, which is fucking awesome. Very happy with his progress on that project. Especially, you know, making a consideration for accessibility features, which I feel like is a really important issue in software development in general. Making things easier for everybody to use, not just the majority of people. That's really the name of the game. And so it kind of takes, you know, a step back in your whole thought process about the user experience for any given person. Because, like, as an example, like most Windows, well, like for instance, Mac has like certain buttons on like the top left of a window, and then like Windows has them on the top right, and then XFCE has their buttons over here in the top right. So it's kind of like same idea. Little tiny details like that actually matter and ultimately add up into what may or may not be an actually good user experience. So that's one reason I'm also developing, oh, that's right. Because I recently turned on an accessibility feature myself, I can now control my mouse using my numpad, so I don't actually have to take my hands off the keyboard unless I don't want to. But as it is, this is actually kind of a small keyboard, and I could use a slightly bigger one to more comfortably put my hands down without taking them up. Oh, something went back into place there. That felt great. In the end, I cannot wait to get that table and to get my hand position just perfect so that I can just really jam out. So that's right. As a result of that, I can't actually navigate using those. And I've gotten hit by someone, and so now I'm dead. Score screen will come here later. Thank you for playing. And we're back to it. One of the initial issues when starting out with Space Vim was that I was actually getting an error when I run this in Vim, so check this out. I was telling B-Rex about this earlier today. If you attempt to run the game inside of Vim, you actually get a huge error here. And I discovered that NVim and curses have an incompatibility issue, so you cannot actually run curses programs from within NVim, probably because NVim is already using curses somehow. I thought Vim did as well, but there's no real issue when you run this in Vim. I can actually load this in regular Vim that's been tweaked out with Spacemax, and it runs fine. No problemo. Which is kind of an interesting thing to discover. Well, we're coming up in 15 minutes until the hour. Boo. VI to do. So we need to be able, well, do I want to be able to turn on and off Vim mode right away? It's really more like, what do we work on next? What do we have time for? What do we have energy for? Oh, a skull when you die, that'd be great, actually. That's kind of a nice little tweak. That would get us warmed up here. Good suggestion, B-Rex. Like, I can't stand that delay, dude. I need to fix that. Pressing down, no problemo, right? Wait, no, it's not in comp. It's in .spacevim.d/init. No, it's not in init. It's in my space vim. Like, if I were to go through and kind of turn that off for right now and then go back to like right-handed mode. I can move up and down like completely fine with regular JK, but when I do it with DNF, the D is like super slow. That's what she said. So let me try, like you said, just on the fly here and see what happens. Let's see. Nope. Still does the same thing. Bootstrap after function failed to execute. Oh, it's probably because I have stuff here. Hold on. Probably needs to not have white space at the front. Nope, same problem, same problem. Exact same problem. I'm going to leave it for right now, but there's something that's conflicting with D in particular. Like, kind of sucks. Everything else is feeling okay though, and there's a ton of features and functionality that I haven't even begun to touch with SpaceVim, but a lot of stuff that I probably wouldn't even think to use because I might use some other tool to accomplish the same functionality. As an example of this, regular Vim has the ability to open multiple files in file split mode horizontally or vertically, and you can even have like nested stuff as well. I can do the same thing here in Terminal, or Terminator rather, which is a really great terminal. You can do this also in tmux, you can do it in screen. It's important to know more than one way to do a lot of different things, right? Because I think a lot of developers, especially nowadays, get stuck in a habit of doing something one way and one way only, and then going around and telling people, oh, you should do it this way, and then never really taking a step back and then thinking about like why they did it that way in the first place, or getting in the habit of questioning first presumptions in general. Let's see if we're getting back into game dev mode. Then what kind of music are we going to listen to? JKL semicolon's literally the Vim default, dude. It was also the reason that I avoided Vim for so many years. The guy who signed my diploma, I need to get a frame for this again. But for those of you who have never seen this before, this is actually my diploma. Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science. August 15th, 2011. Actually, it wasn't the guy who signed my diploma, but the one who signed off on me getting it. Really pushed for me to learn Vim a lot earlier in life than I did. Shoutouts to Dr. Menard. Best professor at UTSA. And this is not to discount Dr. Winsborough either. Rest in peace. He was a really good professor. I had more classes with Menard though. Actually, I could definitely say that those two are a big part of the reason that I still want to go back to school and get my doctorate degree. Good way to intro this song. track, good track. Good vibes. What's next? What are we doing here? Actually, in the process of debugging what was going on earlier, I was looking up a lot of the different keys that might conflict when you're using Spaceman. And there's so many different keys that they remap. Just like I was saying before, it's important to have multiple different ways to do things. When a developer gets to a certain point in their career, they always have the intuition to do something entirely themselves. This is how things like Spaceman get born in the first place, and how all the different plugin engines within got born in the first place as well. We'll see how long I can tolerate it for right now. Let's see. See, I already have a problem with this, but this is also because of my face placement on my screen. To really take in the whole menu, I have to be laying back like this, because there's a lot on the right-hand side that, when I'm really up on my screen like this, I kind of tunnel vision, and a lot in my right-hand side just gets fucking wiped out of consciousness. It almost becomes a distraction, similar to the laptop monitor here to the left, which I have to figure out a way to optimize that as well. And this feels cumbersome, man. Like, I don't know what to fucking do here. This is just like most recently used files in the current directory. Most recent used files in general. It'd be cool if that nerd tree was on the left-hand side. Most of the time, whenever I'm picking up a new tool, though, there's just too much extra effort that I have to go through, beyond just picking up the tool itself. But learning how to reconfigure it in such a way that's sufficient for my needs is when you point out a feature and I'm thinking, wow, that's useless. That thing's on the right-hand side of the screen. What's it doing over there? Away from my eyes. In a location where I'm completely not looking at. I also am not sure if I like hitting Q to quit. Actually, I know I don't because I turned it off. I'm so used to Q being... Like, I'm so used to Q being fucking macro record, dude. Holy shit. my left pinky does more work than most of my whole body, and it's all because of the cue. Just in the perfect spot, and I have no problem hitting it, and it feels natural. And when I want to record a macro, I hit Q, and then more often than not, I'm going to hit M, because it's like the most default key that I end up hitting with my right hand, and so it ends up being like a really nice left hand, right hand workflow. And ultimately, that's the kind of workflow that I'm trying to strive for. It's where I can easily hit a cue with the left, hit a cue with the right, hit a cue with the left, hit a cue with the right. And that way there's kind of a da-da-da-da-da-da-da kind of sensation with my workflow. That way it actually feels like I'm getting a lot done. And I know I can get a lot done because I've gotten a lot done doing that. But it takes time to get that workflow, and it took me a long time to get down with Vim in the right way. So I think for the moment what I'm going to do is undo.
My skill points in the rapping and computers. Mental health took a debuff cause a player can't have it all. But I've been hacking on the game since I could crawl. I keep that Jinko on my phone.
Much better.
On my celly, you can find me. Now when you left me, I try to keep in motion cause the planetary body make the waves in the ocean. I better stand up for computer hacks.
You see this? I'm doing that like this.
My DNA encoded cross-platform. I'm an interdimensional leader of a hack form. I got the gray beard stats. Closet full of white.
That feels good. Being able to do that kind of thing.
From a girl that I let into my kernel, so I'm making tons of music, keep my legacy eternal. I keep it real for the real ones.
There's actually a really good article
I keep it real for the real ones. Hustle for a meal ones. Trying to make a deal ones. Knowing science till you got it going near ones. Beat it on the peel ones. Pseudo from the wheel ones. I keep it real though I got my hesitations. I'll be telling everybody it's just like the simulations. I got concentration even if it gets a little severed. The ability to focus is what's putting me in jeopardy. Cause I've always been aware that things that I think are becoming radical commodities. We're nearing the brink of a breakthrough. If we only had the knowledge and cared, we'd be
I don't have access to it at the moment.
never dared to. And that's the reason that I play with the best. For anything less, I'm honored, but I stated the quest. And though I'm rolling in delusions, I got hope in my chest. And if I'm crestfallen, always keep it close to my vest. Cause I do it for the real ones in all spaces. Even if they ain't got real names or faces, I'll never be complacent with the scam or a fake.
Alright, we gotta decide on something to do here. I was thinking about building a message window, being able to display messages in a quick pop-up window. I redid the title screen and the option menu and how those are basically built in general. Check it out. So now instead of passing in items externally, we actually construct them in the constructor itself, which makes a lot more sense because we can have a lot more control over things in general. I still have to pass in an external new game function, which is totally fine for right now, because ultimately I'm able to get it to execute in the way that I want. And if I have external functions that I need to pass to a particular menu, I can always provide a mechanism to do that. It's more a question of what happens when you actually display the panel, and this is where I realized in the initial thing that I got this off of, I could set the border of the panel itself as well as provide a little bit of padding for the text so that we display the title of the panel with a title bar at the top of it, and that way the rest of the content comes down. In a similar way, we can construct a message window that can display different messages. So for instance, if we wanted to redo how we are doing the logging system and display all of the logger messages one at a time in a window, we'd be totally able to do that if we had a message window or something like that. So I remember back when I first learned Visual Basic, one of the coolest things to me as a kid, I don't know why, was just the alert box, right? Like the fucking alert box that you get like when you fucking do an XSS nowadays. But back in Visual Basic times, you could like press a button in Visual Basic 3, and you know, if you wrote some code, you can make like an alert box come up. And I always thought that was just fascinating. It was like I got confirmation that something happened. Cool. I've always made it a habit to read debugging messages, and actually, if you're a developer, learning how to debug and learning how to solve bugs is probably the most useful skill that you could learn. It's not one that they formally teach in school, but in the process of like writing software, you're going to have to do anyway, and you're going to hate yourself for writing bad code in the first place that you have to detangle later down the line. So learning how to do that sooner rather than later is probably a very prudent thing. Why is that cheese? And I'm sorry to hear that, B-Rex. Why did you get suspended for fucking making a random circles program? Yes, debugging other people's code does suck, and I say this as a professional tutor. It's always more fun to write things that work the first time, or having, you know, like if you have to debug, only having to go back like 1 or 2 steps. Well, fun is definitely, I think, an important part of getting things done. If you're not having fun, you're going to be a lot less likely to do something. And yes, cleaning up other people's messes always sucks. I'm fortunate to work in corporate. I got to work on my own projects, very rarely having to clean up other people's stuff, more often than not implementing new features. Fair enough, fair enough. Getting paid is fun. For instance, we can do the same thing with the option menu. If we wanted to create a message window, don't we all choose? Don't we all? So in this case, we're no longer going to have self.items. And we're going to just call this maybe this could be, instead of that, maybe we could call it alert box. In the end, you know, when I was a kid, I spent hours at the computer without problem. And it's all about getting into a really comfortable sitting position where you're not in pain and you can really focus on what it is that you're doing for long periods of time. Like right now, I feel kind of I'm starting to hone in. And when you get distracted by a lot of things, such as your coding editor, or anything that gets you out of that zone, E. Alright, so columns. Do we want to call it message window is what I'm going to call it. It's a longer name than alert box, but whatever. And every message window is going to have a message. The length of the columns needs to be the length of the message plus like the column pad of 2. No, we don't want none of this right now. Okay. Let's see. We also no longer have a self-stop position that we need to care for. Oops. So you'll be able to press any key to get out of the message window, and then as soon as you do, it'll clear out. And so we effectively took the menus that we've been kind of hacking on and have immediately converted over to potentially being able to display a message window instead. For right now, we'll just call everything a message window, and eventually maybe we can add in our own custom titles. Let's see how this looks when we actually use it. Yeah, B-Rex, if you didn't see that just there, I've got autocomplete built into my original Vim setup already. I forget which plugin is doing it, but maybe I'll do a walkthrough of things in the near future. Actually, we can go into the title menu itself and do it over there. Or better yet. Let's see. We gotta pass in a screen. Non-default argument. Oh, whoops. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll go in there and kind of clean that up. Ew, that's awful. But it works. It'll look better when it lays on top of the title screen, so alright, so like for instance here, if we wanted to inject, oops. So it'd be self.render.s. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, that's nice. So as a test,
you can catch me online. How about that? Damn, I hate a hater masquerading as a soothsayer. Better off a hater who can double as a truth sayer. Two-faced haters be the ones expecting favor. Bye, Felicia. See you later.
it's a lot of room for the text, but it works. Pardon me. In the force and once those don't die, Dark Mage. Oh wait, wrong one.
carefully. Yes, I'm on the wire, your network attempts to fire. They claiming they go harder than me, they probably a liar. Holes in walls of fire, dirty traffic, I supply it. Removing any trace of the events that just transpired. Bridge on the starship, breaking down their work for the loot. Got a horse.
Pardon me.
If you got a database, you a fucking target. Bridge of the starship, breaking down their work for the loot. Got a parse it. These souls of my dead enemies rolled up in a spark it. If you got a database, then you a fucking target. If you got a database, then you a fucking target.
That's pretty clean. That looks good. We could call it like game message. Let's see. I'm gonna blow my nose. Alright. We got a message window now. Let's say I wanted to make a message window pop up at a certain point whenever logs are added. Actually, unimplemented key press would be a good first test here.
On the internet since I was 7. Wrote my first back door when I turned 11, and we got the archives to prove it. Smelly in the gang, keep the VX scene moving. We got malware for days, so please do not try us. You don't wanna catch this babe, you really lying. So come and get a taste of the facts that we be serving. All of my hackers, developers, and reversers. Serving zips full of polymorphic kits. Sort of raw day, fuck us federal agent. And I'm gonna spray if you try to test the click. Fucking with the underground, you will fall quick.
Oh, yeah, because I haven't,
Internet or on the streets, you will not catch me lacking. Drinking 211s, watching strip kitty sports, scan the hose, for socks like a condom. When I fuck your command and control, once I get the latest unkillable. Death to all my foes, every single pedophile knows it's on sight. Catch a fade, trigger, get all fear. Any executable, never run it on my box, gotta keep it virtual. I be fucking with them dirty demons, sniffing dirty code. Make the A record get around like a dirty hoe. Unkillable, death to all my foes, every pedophile knows it's on sight. Catch a fade, trigger pull, yeah, Robin Hood like Bird, always been the hood pope. If I'm not serving packets, probably serving good dope. Probably serving good dope. If I'm not serving packets, probably serving good dope. Yeah. One pile's going.
Let's see, draw main screen logs.
Serving every town, DX underground, hotter than a pound. Can you hear the sound? Take a fucking down, be the underground. DX now, serving DX now, like right now, right fucking now. You can't take us down. Serving in every town, BX underground, BX underground, BX underground. Can you hear the sound? Take a fucking down. Serving BX now, serving BX now.
See, the real problem is, what if you get more logs in a turn than can actually currently display? Currently only 4 log messages display at the top. I'm actually thinking about scrapping it entirely.
Now, like right now, right motherfucking now.
Actually, maybe we want to do this on every add log call. Yeah. In before log4j. It's pretty good. I like how this flows so far. Nice. Uh-oh. Dark Mage died. Game over. Nice. I like that workflow. That felt really good. Actually. We might even be able to get away with not rendering logs. And it might be more visually appealing this way, and I actually get the 4 extra lines back at the top for rendering stuff. I'm almost dead. Uh-oh. Died again. I don't know that I want to show the movement messages every time you move, though. That seems a little bit much. Certain messages seem to need to be displayed. I'm actually really happy it was that easy to implement. Welcome, Milkness. Notes I cannot move down right. Can't. Oh wait, I'm in camera mode now. Oh crap! The C key conflicts. Nice. Oh, the names are awesome. Totally random names. Oh, I'm digging that. That feels really good. Yeah. But I don't want it to message every time I walk, though. There we go. Okay, so... That's right, the C key is going to conflict with yeah, the C key is conflicting, so I need to disable that for right now. Oh, that's in the renderer. And I'm getting some hardcore audio hiccups, even when I'm not on. Hopefully that helps. No dropped frames though in almost 3 hours. In the end, we're probably going to want to chunk all those messages together somehow in the future. That way there's not like a single one, but at least then you're forced to acknowledge each event that happens in the game, which can help you out if you pay attention. I'm not sure what that audio hiccup is. Might have to... Oh, I got hit. Fuck. Well, we've made a lot of changes, so we might as well actually do a commit. Oh yeah, so we updated the name generator. Over time, we'll be growing that. Nice. I don't really have a need to run unit tests or make a lot of unit tests right now, but if I want to really hammer my objects in the future, that will be coming. Actually, one thing I did not do when I started working on this was enter my pip end. Updated the name generator, added the message window. $2,208 lines. It's come a long way. What if left-hand Vim-like and right-hand Vim-like were options that you could turn on and off? Because if you turned one or the other off, you would have those extra keys available to you for remapping to your own desires. I don't know that they have to be tuples here, right? Because what if I wanted to modify one of these options mid, like, editing? We'd have to wait to, like, move that result over into the main game code. So we have left-handed and right-handed Vim separated out from the initial input set. I'm pretty sure you can do plus equals to add something to a list, right? No. You cannot add like that. You have to append it. No, it has to be... You have to add a iterable thing. But if it's an actual iterable, then it'll actually iterate it. Nice. But if you do a.append a, then you just get the character. So... Maybe not the best code. So in the very beginning, we can actually, we could even do self.left hand them equals wall self.net. Right hand them equals true. Or I could start it the other way around. Or I could start it with both. Let's disable right hand vim and make sure that this code works. Right is not defined. Wait, what? Oh, the movement keys. So I guess here too, Okay, so here we do a little bit better in constructing what movement keys are going to be active at the time when you press them, so that way if I hit a key that I want disabled, then it's not going to actually register. So as I can see, pressing semicolon says unimplemented currently. L I think is logger mode, which logger mode switch keys, no longer need that. Now it actually recognizes all 4 of those keys as not being implemented. But if I were to go back and switch this on, right is not defined. Right dot append F line 418. Right dot append. Nice. We'll have to decide ultimately on a maximum width for the game message window in order to make this kind of jive. Oops. Z would be kind of a good... Whoa. Whoa, that's dangerous, Jira. What are you trying to do there? Did I equip it yet? Yes, I did. Shoutouts to Jira, big supporter of the show, generally speaking, when he's not spamming questionable content. Oh no, I died. Let's try it, make sure that the left hand gets disabled just as the same. So at the time of creating the option menu, the how do you say, there's no pass-through, like the game object isn't created at that point, and so these variables wouldn't even be set when you first go to the option menu. So now it can't recognize the left-hand mode, but we can still move around. Using net, like currently with the right hand mode, that's like old school NetHack style, I believe, but definitely doesn't work for me. Nice. That was a little bit weird. Turning off the Vim light, or turning off the Vim light control may have done something weird. Oh, I get it. It's because of the open in which direction. So you end up having to press it twice now. You have to press it once to close the window, and then once to actually open the door. This is okay. Only have 1 HP though. That's not okay. Oh, there's one more enemy. I knew it. I haven't killed everyone yet. Only have 1 HP, guys. You think I can take him out? Definitely not to this music. I don't know if I've heard this one yet.
I'm a product of the internet, you gotta know I got it. Overseas in India, doctors won't run India. They don't need to see a person picture or a video. But they'll write a script so quick your fix will get it in a second. If I'm not mistaken, won't even check the bacon. Oxyhydro weaving motto if your girl is PMS. And Cialis Viagra if your girl just needs a big erection. I got all the medicine, the pharmacist is in. If you got a major credit card, then click here and begin. Hustle on the net, then flip it back into the streets. And I got a couple soldiers slanging on my little treats. What you think is stupid? I don't keep my name.
Yeah, we did it.
First anyone heard of it and probably be the last. About my cash, don't really matter how I get it, I just get it. Only thing that matters is how many ways I gotta split it. I got hooked up, they want a piece of my eye, and I'm doing it the dirty, nerdy way to the top. If you see me on the internet, look up in your inbox. From the comfort of my home, I'm a product of the internet. You gotta know I got it. If you see me on the internet,
Hey. Hey, calm down, calm down.
from the comfort of my home, I'm a product of the internet. You gotta know I got it. If you're looking for what's cooking in
Jesus Christ, Jared, come on. I know as soon as I unmute him, he's gonna start doing that again. Watch. What's good, Jira? How you doing? Let's see what happens when I die in the game. We got some good message windows that look nice. Nice little pop-up window that we got there now. We got actual message windows. Check it. Not sure if I like this more than the previous presentation, but I'm also trying to decide if I want to stack all the messages that happen in a single turn together. But I feel like it feels nice right now. So we also have the ability to switch this on and off. I figured the go between for right now, if I want to do it in an option menu, is to write the option out to a file and then read it from a file, even though that's probably not a great idea. Maybe load everything in from a file. Like, it's all about like deciding what the format should look like. By default, we'll kind of say that they're on. See, that's probably dangerous. Oh, nice. We actually randomed the track for the contest coming up. And at the very least, this would construct the string name based off the value in the config file. And then what I want to do next after that is when you actually hit one of the options, switch the option in and out, and then be able to load it in from the file in the actual game object. No, that's where it should be. Nice. It says false. But I put true in there. Yeah, there is a dot lower, so... Yeah, there's a lot of roosters next door, actually, Dingo. You're going to hear a lot of those. They go off all the time, 24/7. Does not matter what time of day, especially in the morning, late at night like this. Usually when I'm going to bed at like 4, they're going off so hard I have to put on my white noise machine. I'm pretty sure I have a video on my YouTube of some of them. Yeah, I popped in briefly, COVID, so no worries. Debugging a input issue here. Is it probably because it's like new, it's got like a new line at the end? Yeah, it's probably something like that. Let's focus on left hand. Obviously, if I were to skip this entirely, and then 1, 2, 3, 11. Oops. Then by default, out of the box, it says true, of course. So there's something slightly off with this section. Right hand vim, left hand vim. It's probably because, yeah, there's a new line at the end for these. But I thought it would omit the new line. What if it's, let's say we had a string called true, right? We had a new line at the end. We get that extra new line. So, what if you wanted to make a go from the beginning to the end of the string? Of course, that's the exact same content. If you were to cut off one of them, you would do that. But if you were to do this, you would only get the end of the string. If you were to cut off one, you get the true end of the string cut off. Colon -1. Yes. Okay, problem solved. It was reading in a new line. Yeah, turn this one up.
Three, two, one. Fight. Sudden death.
Nice. But that's nice. Almost. Nice. I've heard of Void Linux, but I don't know much about it. You kind of get past distro hopping after a while. How do you like Mac OS now? I got over Mac and really ended up missing Linux really hard. I had to tweak out my Mac too, but it was more like a discovery process.
Yeah, I'm so classy.
I bet Mac. Oh, loud. I bet Mac was a lot more fun in the early days. If I turn this down too low, it doesn't pick me up. But if I have it tuned at the right volume, I can talk normally without it blasting your ears out. I'm just paying attention to the audio levels as I get like close. Blast. Blast. Red line. Red line. There we go. Whoa. Let's see if it works. So it looks like it's actually saving it. Let's there's a lot of fun in having limitations in a way. Like, in the same way that I feel like I missed out on the Commodore 64. You know what I mean? It actually saves the state of the config file, which is good. Now we just need to be able to actually read it when we load the game. Alright, we are ready to test out this config file. Y'all ready for this? Come a long way today. Watched a bunch of videos and then we got into code. And I've been running for 3.5 hours now. So we're gonna turn this on and this on. Better yet, let's turn that off like that. There we go. Sweets. Alright. Left hand works. Right hand is off. We have our first config file. Yes! Oh, huge victory. Huge. Huge. Fucking celebrate. Yeah. Awesome. Oh, this is amazing. Config files in Windows, oh my. That was a great feeling. Isn't it great when things work out the way that you want them to? I was kind of questioning myself if I should just dive into that, but I did. It worked. The main game isn't going to have to write any options to file because in the very beginning I'm not going to really make it easy to reconfigure the option from within the game itself, like live. It's probably going to be something I prefer that you do at the beginning, although most games allow you to do this, so in the future we will have the ability to do this mid-game. But for right now, being able to set the options at the beginning is pretty good, right? You can manually edit the config file yourself, or you can do it through the option menu. So not too bad. I think this is worth committing. This is a big upgrade, guys. This is a big item. I just realized I have a code vid test, a drive-through one scheduled for later today. Which is good, because I'm approaching 10 days in quarantine. Ha, Jewbird. Now we're not going to play this one right now. Better vibes, better vibes. Better vibes. What else do we do? Well, that's pretty good. We got shit done. The game is looking clean. I cannot work right-handed in mode at all. But whoever likes right-handed shit, I want y'all to try it out. It's available now. You can turn right-hand or left-hand mode on and off. Numpad stuff should still work for y'all. I'm not testing it right now because I have an accessibility setup for moving my mouse with my numpad. So we will be committing this here shortly. All right. That code is up, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I think it's time to crack a beer and we can just kind of chill for the end of the stream here. Maybe we can chat. Maybe we can hack. You know what I'm saying? Let me grab a beer. Let's get back to some chats. Where y'all at? There we go. I forgot that the relay is still not working. 100% anyway. There we are. Oh. It looks like Spam Cartel's still here. No, Spam Cartel, I am not just learning Python. As I said earlier in the stream, and actually many people may not be aware of this, but I've been developing and writing code for the majority of my life. I began picking up Python maybe a long time ago. I first began learning it in college, and then I began to play around with it more as an iOS developer. Just messing around with MoviePy and, you know, some GIF creation tools. But other than that, that was like my beginning. But I began professionally writing Python in 2016. Code that I've written, as I said before, is being run by a certain branch of the government without violating an NDA. Which branch of the government could it be? There's only 3. And before, Dark Mage's code isn't being run by the government. But it totally is. If only I got paid more. Do you believe me, Spam Cartel? You know, you have to understand that, like, I'm not always going to be looking at your chat and talking about the things that you want to talk about while I'm on stream working on something else. There is a time and a place for chat, and, you know, I'm certain that people are going to get used to the fact that I'm going to be filtering you out up until it is time for me to check my messages, at which time is now. I'm really wondering what the hell is up with this audio, like, clipping or, like, glitching or whatever the fuck ever is happening here. Where, like, every so often there's, like, a hiccup. What is there to talk about programming-wise that hasn't been said that can be said at 15 till 2 in the morning? All this stuff is beginner things. I mean, it just depends on what your concept of beginner is. Like, there's a lot more advanced concepts out there that you will eventually run into and find a need to use, but it's important to not make a habit to automatically try and force yourself to use something that's more complicated than necessary. However, you are going to run into more powerful tools within Python that allow you to do things like functional programming. If you haven't gone through a class in functional programming, I highly recommend it. It is a great way to level up your skills, but it's something that not necessarily comes naturally for a lot of people. It takes a lot of out-of-the-box thinking, a lot of brain stretching, to really understand the utility, the purpose, why anyone would do this, and where it actually applies in a day-to-day workflow. Some people will go out of their way to work in a purely functional style, and actually my hero John Carmack has a great blog post from like a decade ago about the benefits of functional programming and why you should seek to write code that is free from side effects. At this point, you start to get into a bit more of a theoretical basis of computer science, and that's where, you know, you kind of have to take things with a grain of salt, because you're going to get people who are like split on a certain fence line in the developer world. And when I say developer world, I'm really talking about like academia versus industry. So having come from a background where I've been both in academic research as well as corporate development, there are pros and cons to both sides of the fence. Looks like we got a message over in TCP Direct, but I don't know if I should look. Fuck it. Probably a while back. Nice ET stuff. Good Askies. I'm not scrolling back any further than that, though. Well, chat's kind of quiet, guys. Maybe this is a good time for us to call it a night. I hope I answered Spam's questions, although he wasn't like hyper direct as far, because everyone wants guidance on how to learn stuff, and in the end, the best way to learn is to just start doing it. People are often afraid to take the leap and start doing things themselves, and you know, unless you're like naturally a self-directed person, it might be difficult, but I believe in you. Shout outs to everyone. Shout outs to Eraser, Patron, Premier. Shout out to Dingo for hooking me up with the Streamlabs earlier. Shout outs to all of my supporters who have been supporting me over the years. Working with you guys is a pleasure, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Well, maybe with a bit more, you know, Skrilla to pay the bill. And if there's anything that I can do to make your streaming experience more pleasurable or more fun or more interesting, feel free to shout me out and let's talk about it. I'm here for you guys. If you have questions about computer science and programming in general, I've been doing this fucking most of my life. I'll be 36 in a few days. Actually, one day, tomorrow. Almost 24 hours from now. Something like 28, 30. But I've been writing code since I was 11. I started in BASIC. I moved on to making websites in HTML. I moved on to C++ and, no, sorry, Pascal, then C++, then Java in high school. 3 years of CS1. Why? Because when I moved from Virginia to Texas, my credit in Pascal transferred as a second year of Algebra 1 for some reason. Thanks, Texas. Thank you. Thank you for putting me in this position. I swear to God, I've got 2 states that I need to sue. One thing at a time, Dark Mage. One thing at a time. We'll get there. We have a lot of work to do to catch up. But if there was any doubt that I have the skills to pay the bills, doubt no more. Cheers, everyone. Happy New Year. And take it easy until next time. It's been a pleasure.
Pencil.